close your eyes and allow the gentle whispers of time to carry you away to a realm where gods walked among mortals and heroes etched their sagas into the fabric of eternity. Tonight, we embark on a serene journey through one of the most enchanting tales of ancient Greece, the legendary quest for the Golden Fleece. In this timeless story, courage and destiny intertwine as we follow Jason and his band of noble Argonauts across tranquil seas and through mystic lands. Greek mythology has a way of weaving magic into the soul, its stories alive with wonder, mystery, and lessons that have resonated for centuries. As we drift into this dreamlike retelling, let the allure of this ancient epic lull you into a peaceful slumber, where each scene unfolds like a soft, glowing tapestry in your mind. This is a voyage not just of legends, but of calm discovery, so relax, breathe deeply, and let the story begin. Now turning to the setting of our tale, imagine a serene and mystical world bathed in the golden light of ancient Greece. Picture the kingdom of Iolcos, a small yet lively realm nestled by the shores of the shimmering Aegean Sea. The waves gently kiss the coastline, their rhythmic motion a soothing melody that has played for centuries. Beyond the waters, the land stretches into sunny olive groves, their silvery green leaves dancing softly in the breeze. Marble temples, their pillars reaching gracefully toward the heavens, stand as silent witnesses to the passage of time. These sacred spaces are adorned with intricate carvings that tell stories of gods and men, each one a whisper from the past. In the distance, rolling hills cradle the kingdom, their slopes dotted with vibrant wildflowers that sway like an endless sea of color. This is Iolcos, a place where the air feels alive with possibility, where every stone and tree seems to hold a secret, a memory of a world both tranquil and full of wonder. It is here, in this enchanting land, that our journey begins. Now turning to the origins of our hero, we meet Jason, a young prince whose life begins not in the comfort of a royal palace, but in the shadow of misfortune. As a baby, Jason was cast away from his rightful kingdom of Iolcos, a victim of circumstance and treachery. Yet even in exile, fate had plans for him. Rescued and taken to safety, Jason was entrusted to the care of Chiron, the wise and compassionate centaur known across the land as a teacher and guide for heroes of legend. Under Chiron's watchful eye, Jason grew strong in both body and spirit. His days were filled with lessons not only in the art of combat and survival, but also in the wisdom of the gods, the power of kindness, and the importance of humility. Chiron's quiet guidance planted in Jason the seeds of courage and justice, nurturing a prince who was destined for greatness. Though his royal bloodline remained a secret, the echoes of his destiny roamed ever closer, whispering of the time when he would rise to reclaim the throne that had been unjustly taken from him. For Jason, this journey was not just about reclaiming a crown, but about fulfilling a purpose greater than himself, a purpose that had been etched into his very soul. With each passing day, Jason's resolve strengthened, setting the stage for a journey that would echo through the ages. Now turning to the shadowy figure who cast a dark cloud over Jason's destiny, we meet King Pelias, a man whose ambition knew no bounds. Seizing the throne of Iolcos after unjustly overthrowing Jason's father, Pelias wore the crown with a grip of iron, ruling with cunning and fear. Yet for all his power, the whispers of an oracle haunted his reign. The prophecy foretold that his downfall would come at the hands of a man wearing one sandal. This ominous vision lingered in Pelias's mind, a constant reminder that no amount of treachery could fully shield him from fate. Years passed, and the prophecy seemed like a distant echo, until one fateful day when Pelias presided over a grand gathering near the temple of Hera. Among the crowd, he noticed a figure approaching, a young man with a presence that radiated strength and quiet confidence. But one detail struck Pelias cold: the man wore only one sandal. This was Jason, returning from years of exile, guided by the threads of destiny woven long ago. The air grew tense as their eyes met, one with the weight of forewarning, the other with the calm of purpose. Though neither spoke of the oracle, both knew this meeting was no accident. It was a moment etched into the fabric of time, signaling the beginning of a powerful confrontation between a wicked usurper and the rightful heir to the throne. With this encounter, the story of Jason's quest to restore justice and fulfill his destiny truly begins to unfold. Now turning to the scheme that would test Jason's resolve, King Pelias, ever calculating and ruthless, devised a challenge that seemed insurmountable. Concealing his treachery behind a facade of opportunity, he declared that Jason could prove himself worthy of the throne by fulfilling one astonishing task: retrieving the legendary Golden Fleece from the distant land of Colchis. This magical artifact, said to shimmer like sunlight captured in threads of gold, was more than just a symbol of divine favor. It was guarded by terrifying forces, from a dragon that never slept to a king who would not part with it easily. Pelias framed the quest as a path to glory, but in truth, it was a mission crafted to seal Jason's doom. Across perilous seas and into uncharted lands, the journey promised countless dangers, yet Jason stood unwavering. Deep within him was a quiet strength, a resolve that could not be broken by fear or doubt. He accepted the challenge without hesitation, not as a means to power, but as a fulfillment of his destiny. Quietly, yet with purpose in his every gesture, Jason began to gather allies and prepare for the voyage ahead. This would not be the end of him as Pelias intended. It was only the beginning of a story that would immortalize his courage. Now turning to the assembly of heroes, the call for greatness reached far and wide, drawing together some of the most extraordinary figures of ancient Greece. Jason, with quiet determination, sought companions for a quest that would demand not only strength but also wisdom, loyalty, and courage. First to answer was Hercules, a figure of unmatched might, whose strength was said to rival that of the gods themselves. Beside him came Orpheus, whose music held the power to soothe even the wildest of souls, a melody that could guide the weary and calm troubled waters. From distant lands arrived Atalanta, swift and fierce, her prowess in the hunt unmatched and her spirit unyielding. Joining them were the inseparable brothers, Castor and Pollux, known for their skill in combat and their bond of loyalty that could not be broken. Each hero, though unique, brought something extraordinary to the crew, weaving together a fellowship like no other. As they gathered by the shores of Iolcos, their presence alone seemed to imbue the air with quiet strength and anticipation. It was a moment of unity, as though the hand of destiny had brought these figures together for a purpose far greater than any one of them alone. With every introduction, every clasp of hands, and every shared vow of loyalty, the Argonauts transformed from individuals into a team, ready to face the unknown. Gently, the scene unfolds mighty yet tranquil, as the heroes stand by the water's edge, their resolve as steady as the tides lapping against the shore. In this serene gathering, the promise of their voyage begins to take form. Now turning to the building of the Argo, the stage was set for the creation of a vessel unlike any other. Tasked with this monumental endeavor was Argus, a skilled craftsman whose hands seemed guided by a wisdom beyond his years. Under the watchful gaze of Athena, the goddess of wisdom and craftsmanship, he began his work, shaping a ship destined to carry heroes across uncharted waters. The Argo was no ordinary vessel. It was imbued with divine qualities that set it apart from any ship ever built. Among its many wonders was a sacred plank, a gift from Zeus himself, carved from the oak of Dodona, known for its mysterious ability to speak and offer guidance in times of need. As the hull took shape, each plank was fitted with such precision that the seams seemed to disappear, merging into one harmonious whole. The soft creaking of the wood as it settled into place whispered promises of strength and resilience, as if the ship itself was coming to life. Every detail, from the curvature of the bow to the smoothness of the oars, reflected the care and intention poured into its design. The Argo was more than a means of transport. It was a symbol of hope and unity, a beacon for the journey ahead. As the final touches were made and the ship was gently lowered into the water, it seemed to glimmer under the sunlight as though blessed by the gods. The Argonauts gathered around, their reflections shimmering on the surface as they beheld the magnificent vessel that would carry them into the unknown. It was a moment both profound and serene, where human ingenuity and divine favor intertwined to bring forth a creation that would forever be remembered in legend. With the Argo complete, the heroes stood ready to embark on their golden voyage, their spirits buoyed by the promise of adventure and the unshakable resolve to fulfill their quest. With the next phase of the journey in sight, the departure of the Argo marked a serene and hopeful beginning to the Argonauts' epic quest. As the first rays of sunlight kissed the horizon, the waters of the Aegean Sea shimmered like liquid gold, casting delicate ripples of light across the surface. The gentle rocking of the boat mirrored the rhythmic pulse of the waves, creating a soothing melody that seemed to welcome the heroes into the embrace of the open sea. On board, the Argonauts stood side by side, their faces calm yet resolute, united in purpose and brimming with quiet anticipation. Hercules, with his towering presence, shared a knowing glance with Orpheus, whose lyre rested by his side, promising melodies to lift their spirits along the way. Atalanta, swift and steadfast, observed the horizon with a quiet confidence, while Castor and Pollux exchanged words of encouragement that seemed to dissolve into the tranquil morning air. The camaraderie among the crew was palpable, a bond forged not only by shared courage, but by an unspoken understanding of the challenges that lay ahead. As the Argo glided away from the shore, its polished hull reflecting the radiance of the dawn, the heroes turned their gaze forward, ready to embrace the unknown. Behind them, the silhouette of Iolcos gradually faded, while before them stretched an endless expanse of possibility. It was a moment untouched by fear or doubt, a timeless pause where the promise of adventure met the quiet hope of triumph. With spirits buoyed by a sense of unity and destiny, the Argonauts embarked on their golden voyage, their hearts steady like the oars that propelled them onward, each stroke a step closer to the legend they were destined to become. As the next chapter of their journey unfolds, the Argo glided gracefully toward the island of Lemnos, a quiet land shrouded in an air of both mystery and melancholy. The island, bathed in the soft glow of the afternoon sun, seemed untouched by time, with rolling hills dotted by wildflowers swaying gently in the breeze. Here, the Argonauts encountered a kingdom ruled solely by women, led by the kind and noble Queen Hypsipyle. Long ago, a tragic curse had driven all the men of Lemnos away, leaving the women to rebuild their lives in solitude. Yet, despite their sorrowful past, the women of Lemnos welcomed the Argonauts with open arms, their initial caution giving way to a quiet sense of trust. Queen Hypsipyle, with a calming presence and serene wisdom, greeted Jason and his crew with a warmth that seemed to bridge the gap between strangers and friends. Her people, though reserved at first, soon shared their hospitality, preparing feasts of fresh bread, honey, and fruits beneath the shade of olive trees. The Argonauts spent their time here not as conquerors or adventurers, but as respectful guests, listening to the stories of the Lemnian women and sharing their own tales in return. Orpheus, ever the bard, played his lyre in the evening, filling the night air with gentle melodies that seemed to soothe the island's lingering sorrow. For a brief, timeless moment, life on Lemnos became a shared solace for both the Argonauts and their hosts. Bonds of trust formed effortlessly as the Argonauts helped mend fishing nets, repaired structures, and worked alongside the women as equals, their actions speaking of kindness rather than conquest. Atalanta, in particular, found camaraderie among the women, her strength and grace resonating with their resilience. This peaceful interlude was a gift, an opportunity for rest and reflection before the trials ahead. Eventually, as the horizon called and the Argonauts prepared to depart, Queen Hypsipyle bid them farewell with a quiet yet hopeful blessing, her voice steady as she wished them success in their quest. The women of Lemnos lined the shore, their expressions a mix of gratitude and wistfulness, watching as the Argo slowly drifted from view. The heroes, now carrying the memory of their time on the island, felt a renewed sense of purpose, their hearts lightened by this unexpected encounter. Moving forward, the calm serenity of Lemnos lingered like a gentle echo, reminding them of the strength found not in force but in compassion and connection. With the next phase of the journey in sight, the Argo gently arrived at the land of the Doliones, a peaceful people living along the calm shores of a sheltered bay. The Doliones, led by their courteous King Cyzicus, greeted the Argonauts with open hearts and welcoming smiles. Their homes, simple yet sturdy, nestled harmoniously against the gentle hills that framed the coastline, and the air carried the faint scent of freshly tilled soil and wildflowers. These humble inhabitants, renowned for their warmth and generosity, wasted no time in extending their hospitality to Jason and his crew. Under the soft light of the setting sun, the Argonauts and the Doliones shared a feast near the water's edge, where laughter and stories mingled with the rhythmic lapping of waves against the shore. The generosity of the Doliones was matched by the sincere gratitude of the Argonauts, who returned kindness with humility. Hercules, with his immense strength and gentle demeanor, entertained the children, while Atalanta impressed the villagers with her exceptional skill in archery, earning their quiet admiration. For a time, the two groups blended seamlessly, united by camaraderie and mutual respect. King Cyzicus, a young ruler with wisdom beyond his years, spoke with Jason about their respective challenges, their conversation flowing like a steady stream. The Doliones, intrigued by the Argonauts' quest for the Golden Fleece, listened intently to their tales of valor, while the Argonauts, in turn, admired the Doliones' simple yet harmonious way of life. However, as fate would have it, the peace of this tranquil encounter was fragile. When the Argonauts set sail once more, an unforeseen storm arose, tossing the Argo back toward the very shores they had just departed. In the pitch darkness of night, confusion reigned. Neither the Doliones nor the Argonauts realized the familiarity of the situation, and in the chaos, they mistook each other for hostile forces. What followed was a tragic clash, a brief but sorrowful storm of misunderstanding that neither side intended nor desired. As the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, the tragic error was revealed, and a heavy silence fell over both groups. The Argonauts, burdened with grief and regret, offered solemn rites for the fallen, their voices low as they paid respect to those who had inadvertently become victims of the night. King Cyzicus, a figure of peace and kindness, was among those lost, leaving his people deeply sorrowful yet forgiving. Though heartache lingered, the Doliones, embodying a quiet resilience, extended their understanding to the Argonauts, who in turn vowed to carry the weight of this event as a reminder of the delicate balance between trust and caution. As the Argo prepared to leave once more, the heroes took with them an unspoken promise to honor the memory of the Doliones by pursuing their quest with even greater care and humility. Moving forward, the gentle winds seemed to whisper lessons of compassion and vigilance, carrying the Argo away from the Doliones' shores and toward the next chapter of their odyssey. As the next challenge unfolds, the Argo glided along the shimmering waters to a secluded shore where the crew encountered Phineas, a blind prophet burdened by a grim curse. Once a wise ruler blessed with foresight, Phineas had fallen under the wrath of the gods for revealing too much of the future. Stripped of his sight and tormented by Harpies, ravenous creatures with the bodies of birds and the faces of women, he lived in despair. These tormentors descended upon him with relentless fury, stealing his food and leaving him in a state of perpetual hunger and sorrow. Despite his struggles, Phineas welcomed the Argonauts with a quiet dignity, sensing their noble purpose. Moved by his plight, Jason and his companions resolved to help him find peace. Calmly strategizing under the dappled shade of olive trees, they prepared to confront the Harpies. When the vile creatures arrived, their screeches pierced the air, disrupting the tranquil scene. Yet the Argonauts, led by the winged Boreads, Cetes, and Calais, who were gifted with the power of flight, pursued them with steadfast resolve. The chase was swift and decisive as the Harpies were driven far away, never to return. With the threat banished, Phineas, now free from his torment, felt an overwhelming sense of relief and gratitude. In return for their compassion, he shared sacred knowledge with the Argonauts, offering guidance for the perils that lay ahead, including how to navigate through the Symplegades, the infamous clashing rocks. His words, spoken with both reverence and hope, carried the weight of wisdom and a deep appreciation for the kindness shown by strangers. As the Argonauts bid farewell to Phineas, the serene gratitude in his expression served as a quiet testament to their noble deed. With renewed purpose and the subtle hum of the sea guiding them, the Argo set sail once more, its crew carrying both the prophet's blessings and the knowledge that even the smallest act of compassion can illuminate the darkest of paths. With the next phase of the journey in sight, the Argo approached the Symplegades, the fabled clashing rocks said to crush anything that dared pass between them. These towering slabs of stone loomed ahead, shrouded in mist, their edges worn smooth by centuries of crashing together with thunderous force. The Argonauts rowed forward with measured strokes, the soft sound of oars slicing through the water blending with the steady rhythm of their breath. A hushed tension filled the air, each crew member acutely aware of the danger that lay ahead. Guided by the wisdom of Phineas, they released a dove as a test of the rock's fury. The bird fluttered forward, its wings trembling as it darted through the narrow passage. The crew watched in quiet anticipation as the rocks began to move, grinding together with a sound like distant thunder. The dove emerged on the other side, losing only a single feather to the crushing stones. Encouraged by this sign, Jason gave the command to proceed, his voice calm but resolute. The Argo surged forward, propelled by the synchronized efforts of the crew. The water churned violently around them as the rocks began to close in. Their movements were deliberate and unhurried, each stroke of the oar a harmonious blend of strength and precision. The creaking of the ship's hull was a gentle counterpoint to the escalating roar of the approaching rocks. At the helm, Jason remained steadfast, his gaze fixed on the path ahead. As the Argo neared the narrowest point, Athena, the goddess who had watched over their journey, lent her unseen hand. A sudden gust of wind filled the sails, propelling the ship forward with a quiet yet undeniable force. The clashing rocks groaned as they began to slam together, but the Argo slipped through the gap at the last possible moment, emerging unscathed on the other side. The crew exhaled collectively, their relief as palpable as the salt in the air. A serene calm returned to the sea, the once turbulent waters now rippling softly in the ship's wake. Looking back, the Argonauts saw the rocks grind to a halt, their perpetual motion stilled as though by an unseen decree. The Symplegades would clash no more, their challenge conquered by the courage and unity of the Argonauts. Buoyed by their quiet triumph, the Argo sailed onward, the gentle swaying of the vessel a soothing rhythm that merged with the soft murmur of the sea. This victory, achieved with both wisdom and grace, served as a testament to their resilience and the divine favor that accompanied them on their quest. The echoes of the clashing rocks faded behind them, replaced by the promise of new adventures waiting just beyond the horizon. As the next chapter unfolds, the Argo glided gracefully toward the shores of an island ruled by the fabled Amazons, the warrior women whose strength and independence were as legendary as the stars that guided the ship. The island, lush with greenery and bathed in soft golden light, seemed to breathe a quiet yet commanding presence. The Argonauts, weary from their trials yet steadfast in their resolve, anchored their ship along the gentle curve of a sandy cove. The Amazons, clad in armor that shimmered faintly under the sun, approached with measured steps. Their movements exuded a quiet confidence, their gazes steady yet not unkind. These women, though mighty and unyielding in battle, carried an air of poise and dignity that spoke of wisdom beyond warfare. Jason, ever the diplomat, stepped forward with a respectful bow, his voice calm and sincere as he extended greetings on behalf of the crew. What followed was an exchange marked by mutual respect, the Argonauts and Amazons recognizing in one another the strength that comes from unity and purpose. Words were few, but they were enough to bridge the gap between strangers. The Amazons, though cautious, offered the Argonauts a place to rest and provisions to continue their journey. The Argonauts, in turn, honored their hosts with tales of their quest, their voices carrying the serenity of the sea as they recounted their challenges and triumphs. For a brief moment, the island became a sanctuary, its tranquil atmosphere a reprieve from the trials that lay behind and the unknowns that stretched ahead. The Argonauts found solace in this haven, their spirits quietly fortified by the Amazon's unwavering strength and the understanding that courage takes many forms. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and violet, the two groups parted with a shared sense of quiet admiration. The Argonauts returned to their ship, their hearts steadied by the encounter, while the Amazons watched from the shore, their figures silhouetted against the fading light. With the soft creak of the Argo's hull and the gentle pull of the tide, the ship set sail once more. The bond forged in that brief but profound meeting lingered in the air, a reminder that even amidst the trials of a perilous quest, moments of grace and understanding could illumine the path forward. Moving forward, the Argonauts turned their sights to the next chapter of their journey, the horizon promising both challenges and discoveries yet to unfold. With the next phase of the journey in sight, the Argo glided toward the shores of Colchis, a land whispered of in tales for its mystique and unyielding allure. The kingdom unfolded before the crew like a vivid tapestry, its dense forests veiled in mist and its rivers shimmering under the soft light of dawn. The air carried a faint aroma of wildflowers and earth, mingling with the distant sound of cascading waterfalls, creating an atmosphere both tranquil and enigmatic. Nestled at the heart of this verdant land was the palace of King Pelias, a structure of regal elegance and quiet power. Its stone walls, weathered yet imposing, seemed to grow from the very earth itself, as though the land and the kingdom were one. Surrounding it, sacred groves whispered ancient secrets, their towering trees swaying gently as if in reverence to the treasures they guarded. Among these, the Golden Fleece, a fabled artifact of divine splendor, hung in quiet majesty, its radiance said to rival the sun's first light. As the Argonauts disembarked, a sense of anticipation settled upon them. The land, so steeped in legend, seemed to hold its breath, awaiting the unfolding of destiny. Jason, unwavering in his purpose, led his companions toward the palace. Each step they took was deliberate, their movements measured against the vast unknowns that lay ahead. The journey through Colchis carried an air of calm expectation, each moment stretching into the next with deliberate grace. Around them, the songs of unseen birds wove through the stillness, and the gentle rustle of leaves was like a soft murmur of approval from the land itself. Though the challenges to come were as yet unwritten, the Argonauts felt an unspoken resolve weaving through their ranks, a quiet trust binding them to the task that awaited. In the distance, the gates of King Pelias' palace loomed larger, their intricate carvings a testament to the kingdom's long-held traditions and power. The Argonauts paused briefly, their gazes fixed on what lay ahead. Their mission, so far defined by trials and triumphs, now converged upon this mysterious land. With the soft breeze carrying the salt of the sea and the promise of untold stories, they stepped forward, ready to meet both the king and the fate that awaited them in this sacred and enigmatic land. As the Argonauts stepped into the palace of King Pelias, a figure of quiet grace and profound presence emerged from the shadows of its grand halls. This was Medea, the king's daughter, a woman whose serene demeanor belied the immense power she held within. Known for her mastery of the mystical arts, Medea's reputation extended far beyond the borders of Colchis. Her knowledge of ancient spells and sacred rituals was whispered of even among the Argonauts, filling the air with an unspoken sense of curiosity and awe. Yet, it was not merely her magic that commanded attention, but the quiet intensity of her gaze, a reflection of a mind both sharp and contemplative. From the moment Jason and Medea met, a delicate yet unmistakable connection began to form between them. Though their words were few, their shared glances spoke volumes, carrying an undercurrent of both curiosity and intrigue. Medea, drawn to Jason's unwavering resolve, found herself silently captivated by the stranger who had come seeking the Golden Fleece. In turn, Jason saw in Medea not just a potential ally, but a kindred spirit whose strength and wisdom might hold the key to completing his perilous quest. As their paths intertwined, Medea's role in Jason's journey began to take shape. Though she was bound by loyalty to her father and her land, something deeper stirred within her, a quiet calling to aid the Argonauts in their daunting endeavor. Her magical abilities, honed through years of study and dedication, became both a beacon of hope and a source of quiet comfort. Soft-spoken yet resolute, she began to reveal insights into the trials Jason would face, offering her guidance with a calm precision that eased the weight of uncertainty. Beneath the tranquil surface of their growing bond lay an unspoken understanding, as though their fates had been gently woven together long before their meeting. Medea's presence, luminous and enigmatic, became a steadying force amidst the uncertainty of Colchis. Yet, with each moment that passed, the quiet tension of their connection hinted at the challenges and sacrifices that would come with the path they were about to walk together. As the soft light of the palace torches flickered against the stone walls, Medea's eyes lingered on Jason, her mind balancing the threads of duty and destiny. The faint hum of the palace seemed to echo her thoughts, a reminder that the choices set before her would ripple far beyond the present. With her heart quietly turning toward the Argonauts' cause, the story of Medea and Jason began to unfold, intertwining two lives that would forever change the course of myth and legend. As the next challenge unfolds, King Pelias, with a voice calm yet edged with authority, revealed the trials that Jason must complete to claim the Golden Fleece. The first task, as daunting as it was extraordinary, required Jason to yoke two mighty bulls with bronze hooves and breath that blazed like the fiercest forge. These creatures, untamed and ferocious, waited in the royal pastures as the sun cast its serene glow across the land. Jason, undeterred, stepped forward with quiet resolve. The Argonauts watched in hushed anticipation, their breaths mingling softly with the gentle rustle of the trees around them. As the moment arrived, Medea, with her deep well of knowledge and subtle strength, offered Jason a precious balm crafted from her magic. Quietly she explained, her voice barely above a whisper, that this ointment would shield him from the searing heat and force of the bulls. Jason met her gaze, a look of gratitude and trust passing silently between them. With steady hands, he applied the balm and approached the magnificent beasts. Their fiery breaths illuminated the early evening air, casting a golden haze as Jason stood firm in their presence. With calm precision and unwavering bravery, Jason gripped the yoke, his movements fluid and assured, and tamed the untamable, earning the bull's reluctant submission. The second trial called upon Jason to sow the field with dragon's teeth, ancient relics imbued with a strange and eerie power. As he scattered the teeth across the soil, the earth itself seemed to breathe, trembling softly beneath his feet. Slowly, armored warriors began to rise from the ground, their forms spectral and silent at first, then solid and imposing. They stood as an army created by the land itself, their cold eyes fixed upon their lone challenger. Jason paused only briefly, his mind calm despite the weight of the task. Drawing wisdom from Medea's earlier guidance, he acted with deliberate focus, hurling a large stone into their midst. Confused and angered, the warriors turned on one another, their clamor gradually fading into silence until the field was still once more. Through each trial, Jason's quiet bravery shone like a steady flame, unwavering against the challenges set before him. The Argonauts, watching from a distance, felt a growing sense of admiration for their leader's strength and poise, and Medea, observing from the shadows, saw her own resolve deepen, her heart now firmly aligned with Jason's cause. With the trials behind him, Jason stood quietly in the dimming light, the air around him carrying a subtle shift, a sense that destiny was drawing nearer, its threads weaving ever tighter around him and those who stood by his side. Now turning to Medea's role in these critical moments, her quiet yet profound influence became the guiding force that allowed Jason to triumph. With her unparalleled knowledge of ancient rituals and potions, Medea carefully prepared the tools Jason would need to succeed. Her presence, always calm and deliberate, was a steady anchor amidst the uncertainty of the trials. As Jason approached the fearsome bulls and the ominous field of dragon's teeth, it was Medea's wisdom that gave him the edge to persevere. The bond between them, though unspoken, grew stronger with every shared glance and every act of trust. Jason relied not only on Medea's magic, but on the reassuring strength of her belief in him. She trusted his bravery, and he trusted her guidance, forming a connection that transcended words. With each triumph, their partnership became a testament to the quiet power of unity and collaboration. Medea, often in the background, was the calm within the storm, a presence that brought balance to Jason's courage. Through her aid, the trials transformed from impossible feats into moments of quiet triumph. Medea's unwavering support and Jason's growing reliance on her wisdom underscored a partnership built on mutual respect and trust. As the trials came to an end and the path to the Golden Fleece became clearer, their connection stood as a glimmer of hope, a reminder that even the greatest challenges are surmountable with trust and unity. With the next phase of the journey in sight, Jason and Medea stood before the sacred grove where the Golden Fleece shimmered under a soft, ethereal glow. Draped across the ancient branches of an oak tree, the fleece glistened like woven sunlight, its radiance casting gentle golden ripples across the forest floor. The air was thick with an otherworldly stillness, broken only by the faint rustling of leaves and the deep, steady breathing of the sleepless dragon that coiled protectively at the tree's base. Its scales gleamed faintly, catching the golden light as its watchful eyes darted through the darkness, unblinking and alert. Jason, his heart steady yet resolute, turned to Medea, whose calm demeanor never wavered. She quietly handed him a potion, one she had brewed with great care, designed to lull the dragon into a serene slumber. Her voice, though soft, carried the weight of certainty as she explained how to apply it. Trusting her completely, Jason approached the creature with measured steps, his movements deliberate and unthreatening. Medea stood close by, her gaze unwavering, her presence a silent reassurance in the moment of tension. As Jason moved closer, the dragon's immense form shifted, its gaze locking onto him. A low rumble resonated from deep within its chest, a sound that seemed to vibrate through the very ground beneath him. But Jason, steady as a calm river, sprinkled the potion with precision, allowing its soothing aroma to drift toward the beast. The dragon hesitated, its eyelids growing heavy as the potion began to take effect. Slowly, its mighty head lowered, and within moments, its breathing deepened into the rhythmic cadence of sleep. In the newfound quiet of the grove, Jason and Medea exchanged a glance, a silent acknowledgement of their shared success. With deliberate care, Jason ascended the tree, the light of the fleece growing brighter with each step. When his hands finally grasped the soft golden strands, it felt as though he was holding a piece of the sun itself. The fleece, warm and radiant, seemed to pulse with a quiet energy, as if it carried the stories of ages past. Descending from the tree, Jason handed the fleece to Medea, who cradled it reverently. Together, they stood for a moment, taking in the significance of their accomplishment. It was not just the triumph of retrieving the Golden Fleece, but the quiet, unyielding trust and unity that had allowed them to achieve it. Without a word, they turned and began their journey back to the Argo, the weight of the fleece a reminder of both their victory and the trials yet to come. With the next phase of the journey unfolding, Jason, Medea, and the Argonauts boarded the Argo under the gentle light of the moon. The Golden Fleece, pulsing softly with its radiant warmth, was carefully secured aboard the ship, a silent beacon of their triumph. The waters of Colchis shimmered under the night sky as the Argonauts prepared for a swift departure, their movements quiet but precise. The air carried a subdued tension, for they knew that King Pelias would not let them leave unchallenged. As the Argo slipped away from the shores of Colchis, the calm of the sea was soon broken by the distant sound of pursuit. Pelias' forces, driven by the king's wrath, were not far behind. Yet aboard the Argo, there was no panic, only focus. Each member of the crew moved with a quiet determination, their actions a testament to their unity and resolve. Hercules manned the oars with a steady rhythm, their wooden strokes cutting effortlessly through the water. Orpheus, with his lyre, played a soft, harmonious tune, its soothing notes weaving a thread of calm through the crew, even in the face of impending danger. The ship itself seemed to respond to their collective spirit, gliding swiftly across the water as though touched by divine favor. Medea, standing at the helm beside Jason, calmly offered her guidance, her voice steady and sure. The trust between them was unspoken yet palpable, a bond forged through shared trials and unwavering support. As the pursuing forces drew closer, Medea's knowledge of the seas and her magical insight became their greatest ally. She whispered words of enchantment that wove through the waves, creating subtle currents and eddies to aid their escape. The Argonauts, united in purpose, pressed forward through the night with unyielding perseverance. The distant shouts and oars of Pelias' fleet grew fainter, the pursuing vessels unable to match the Argo's speed and the resilience of its crew. When at last the horizon began to glow with the soft hues of dawn, the waters around them grew still and the threat faded into the distance. The crew, though weary, shared quiet glances of relief and triumph, their bond stronger than ever. In the serene light of morning, Jason and Medea stood at the bow of the ship, the Golden Fleece between them, its golden glow a reminder of their shared courage and the challenges they had overcome. It was not just their victory, but the collective strength and unwavering solidarity of the Argonauts that had carried them forward. As the sun rose higher, they turned their gaze to the open sea, ready to face whatever trials awaited them on their journey home. Moving forward, as the Argo continued its course over the vast shimmering waters, a sense of weariness began to settle over the crew. Though the sun now lit their path, the trials they had faced weighed heavily on their spirits. It was in this moment of quiet exhaustion that Orpheus, the gifted musician among the Argonauts, took up his lyre. With delicate precision, his fingers began to glide across the strings, releasing a melody so soft and harmonious that it seemed to blend seamlessly with the gentle lapping of the waves against the hull. The soothing music wove through the air like a tender embrace, reaching each member of the crew and easing their minds. The notes carried a sense of calm resilience, a reminder of the strength they had shown and the journey they had already overcome. Orpheus played not to entertain but to heal, each chord resonating with an unspoken promise of hope and renewal. The rhythm of his lyre mirrored the natural sway of the sea, creating a tranquil harmony that seemed to unite the human and the divine. Even the troubled waters seemed to respond, growing still as if stilled by the grace of the music. The tension of the pursuit, the weight of their fears, all began to dissolve under the spell of Orpheus' melody. Jason, standing at the bow, found his shoulders relaxing as the music wove through his thoughts, bringing clarity and focus. Medea, too, felt the burdens of her choices lift, the soft strains of the lyre a balm to her weary heart. As the music flowed, it touched not just the crew, but the very air around them. Seagulls circled overhead in a quiet, graceful dance, and the sunlight seemed to ripple more warmly across the water. The Argo, steady and sure, moved forward as if carried by the song itself. The collective spirit of the Argonauts found renewal in the quiet power of Orpheus' gift, and their bond grew ever stronger as they sailed together through the morning light, their journey far from over but their hope rekindled. As the next phase of the journey comes into view, the Argo approaches the enchanting shores of Circe's island, a haven of quiet mystery and ancient power. The island itself is a picture of serene beauty, with gentle mists curling around lush greenery and the soft murmur of waves embracing its golden sands. Circe, the enchantress renowned for her wisdom and connection to the divine, emerges to meet them. Cloaked in an aura of calm authority, her presence is both soothing and commanding, a blend of mortal grace and otherworldly knowledge. Without a word, she seems to understand the weight Jason and Medea carry, the shadow of past actions lingering over their souls. Circe welcomes them with a quiet compassion that instantly eases their hearts, leading them to the sacred grove where the rituals of absolution will take place. In this tranquil setting, the air seems imbued with a sense of renewal, as if the island itself is alive with the promise of forgiveness. Circe begins the rites with a serene focus, her voice a soft chant that harmonizes with the rustling leaves and distant hum of the sea. Medea, who had been burdened by guilt and conflict, feels a lightness she had thought lost forever. Jason, too, finds his inner turbulence quieted, as if the enchantress' words reach a part of him that he had tried to ignore. The rituals are not harsh or demanding, but gentle and purifying, seeking not to punish but to restore balance to both spirit and mind. As Circe completes her rites, she offers Jason and Medea her wisdom, speaking with a calm clarity that lingers long after her words are said. She does not judge them for their choices, but instead reminds them of their capacity for resilience and redemption. Her island, steeped in its peaceful energy, becomes a space of reflection and healing, a sanctuary where the Argonauts can momentarily lay down the weight of their journey. Jason and Medea leave the grove with a renewed sense of purpose, their spirits cleansed by the quiet grace of Circe's presence. The Argonauts depart the island not with fanfare, but with a sense of profound calm, as though the very air carried the enchantress' blessings. Circe stands at the shore, her figure growing smaller in the distance, yet her serene influence remains with them. The Argo sails forward, its crew more at peace, ready to face the trials that lie ahead with strengthened hearts and a unity deeply renewed. As the next challenge unfolds, the Argo glides into waters known for their treacherous allure, where the sirens, mysterious creatures of haunting beauty, await with their beguiling song. Their voices, soft and mesmerizing, drift across the waves like a delicate web, pulling at the hearts of all who hear them. The melody is both enchanting and perilous, weaving promises of untold wonders and eternal peace, a temptation that no mortal can resist unscathed. The Argonauts, though courageous and steadfast, feel the pull of the siren's song stirring something deep within them, a yearning that threatens to break their unity and resolve. Each note seems to carry the weight of dreams and desires, wrapping the crew in an almost unbearable stillness. Yet amidst this ethereal danger, Orpheus, the gifted musician and poet of the Argonauts, steps forward with calm determination. Gathering his lyre, he begins to play, his fingers moving effortlessly across the strings. The music that emerges is unlike anything the Argonauts have ever heard, a melody so pure and uplifting that it seems to fill the very air with light. His song, though simple in its beauty, holds a power greater than the siren's enchantment, resonating with the strength and clarity of the human spirit. With each note Orpheus plays, the spell of the sirens begins to waver. Their voices, once so dominant, now seem distant and fragile against the harmony of his music. The Argonauts feel the fog of temptation lifting, their hearts steadied and their minds clear once more. Orpheus' music does not merely counter the sirens, it transforms the moment into one of profound peace, reminding the crew of their purpose and the bonds that unite them. The sirens, sensing their hold slipping away, retreat into the shadows, their voices fading into silence as the Argo sails past. The sea, once heavy with the siren's presence, now feels calm and open, as if cleansed by Orpheus' song. The Argonauts, grateful and renewed, look to their musician with quiet admiration, understanding that his gift has not only saved them but also strengthened their spirits. The journey continues with a sense of triumph, not born of battle, but of harmony, a peaceful victory that reaffirms the crew's resilience and shared determination. As the next phase of the journey unfolds, the Argo approaches the shores of Crete, where the air feels charged with an ancient energy. Standing tall near the coastline is Talos, a massive bronze figure that glimmers under the sun's gentle light. This towering guardian, crafted by the gods, stands as a silent sentinel of the island, its mere presence a formidable warning to any who dare approach. Talos moves with mechanical precision, its footsteps echoing like distant thunder, each one a reminder of its unwavering duty to protect Crete from intruders. The Argonauts, though seasoned by their previous trials, feel a quiet unease as the giant's shadow stretches long over the waters, Observing the scene, Medea steps forward with her serene yet commanding presence. Her sharp mind and deep connection to the arcane make her an invaluable guide on this voyage. Studying Talos carefully, she discerns the secret to its power, a single vein of molten ichor running through its body, sealed by a bronze nail near its heel. With a calm and measured voice, she explains her plan to the crew. Her approach is not one of direct confrontation, but a strategy of finesse and understanding, a reflection of her wisdom and ingenuity. As the Argonauts maintain a respectful distance, Medea begins her work. Using her knowledge of spells and her unwavering focus, she quietly channels her energy, weaving a spell designed not to destroy but to disarm. Her words, soft and deliberate, seem to blend with the rhythm of the sea, creating an air of quiet anticipation. Slowly but surely, the magic takes hold, loosening the nail that secures the ichor within Talos. The great bronze figure, once so imposing, begins to falter, its movements growing slower and less steady. Finally, with a gentle yet decisive shift, the flow of ichor ceases entirely, and Talos, no longer animated, becomes a silent statue once more. The tension that had gripped the crew dissolves into a wave of relief. The Argonauts once again find themselves indebted to Medea's brilliance and calm determination. The scene on Crete transforms from one of potential conflict to one of quiet resolution, a testament to the power of intellect and strategy over brute force. As the Argo sets sail once more, the island of Crete fades into the horizon, its guardian now at rest. The crew carries forward not just a sense of accomplishment, but a renewed faith in the strength of unity and ingenuity, knowing that their greatest challenges can be met with patience and wisdom. Moving forward, the Argo glides gracefully over calm waters, its crew filled with a quiet mix of fatigue and anticipation. The familiar shores of Iolcos come into view, bathed in the warm golden hues of the setting sun. News of their return arrives ahead of them, sparking a wave of excitement that ripples through the kingdom. Villagers gather along the coast, their faces alight with joy and wonder as the legendary ship approaches the harbor. Children's laughter rings out, and the air is filled with an almost tangible sense of celebration as the people prepare to welcome their long-lost hero and his brave companions. As Jason steps off the Argo, holding the radiant Golden Fleece in his hands, a hush falls over the crowd. The fleece seems to shimmer with an otherworldly light, its threads catching the sun's final rays as if woven with the essence of the gods themselves. This moment, long awaited and almost beyond belief, marks not just the end of an epic quest, but the beginning of a new chapter for Iolcos. Jason is met with open arms and tearful smiles, the people's relief and pride shining brighter than any words could convey. It is a homecoming steeped in triumph and a renewal of hope for the future. The Argonauts, too, are celebrated as heroes, their names forever etched into the hearts of the people. Their camaraderie and shared courage are honored in songs and stories, ensuring their deeds will be remembered for generations to come. The kingdom of Iolcos, once shadowed by uncertainty, now feels reawakened, its spirit lifted by the return of its rightful son and the promise embodied in the Golden Fleece. As the night falls, the city becomes a canvas of flickering torches and joyous voices, a testament to the enduring power of resilience, unity, and destiny. Now turning to the inevitable downfall of King Pelias, the story takes a turn toward justice and resolution. Pelias, whose deceit and treachery had long cast a shadow over Iolcos, is finally confronted with the consequences of his actions. Medea, with her cunning mind and mastery of enchantments, plays a pivotal role in this chapter. Using her knowledge of the arcane, she devises a plan that is as subtle as it is decisive. With words laced in persuasion and promises of rejuvenation, Medea convinces the daughters of Pelias to perform a ritual that they believe will restore their father's youth. Trusting her guidance, they proceed, unaware that their actions would lead to Pelias's demise. This moment, though shrouded in quiet tragedy, restores balance to the kingdom. It is not a victory born of violence or chaos, but rather one of calculated justice, bringing an end to years of misrule. With Pelias gone, the throne of Iolcos is poised to be reclaimed by its rightful heir. Jason, though weary from his journey, now stands not only as a hero of myth, but as a symbol of hope and renewal for his people. Under his leadership, the scars left by Pelias's reign begin to heal, and the kingdom starts to flourish once more. The resolution of Pelias's downfall marks the final act of Jason's long and arduous journey. It is a reminder that resilience, wisdom, and unity can prevail even in the face of the greatest trials. With justice restored and the promise of a brighter future ahead, Iolcos becomes a beacon of perseverance and triumph, forever tied to the legend of Jason and his courageous Argonauts. As the kingdom settles into this new era of peace, the echoes of their adventure remain, a timeless tale of destiny fulfilled. As the sun rises on the next chapter, we find ourselves reflecting on the enduring legacy of the Argonauts. Their journey, though fraught with challenges and uncertainty, was marked by an unshakable bond of camaraderie and shared purpose. Together, this band of heroes demonstrated the strength that comes from unity, each contributing their unique talents to navigate the trials before them. Hercules with his unmatched strength, Orpheus with his soothing melodies, and Atalanta with her swift precision, all played their part in weaving a story that would stand the test of time. The Argonauts became more than just a crew of adventurers. They became a symbol of what can be achieved when courage and teamwork converge. Their tale has reverberated through the ages, offering lessons of resilience and mutual support. In their unity, they showed that no challenge is insurmountable when hands join together and minds work in harmony. These lessons, though born in the mythological past, continue to inspire across generations. Through their deeds, the Argonauts carved a place in cultural memory, their names whispered in awe wherever tales of heroism are told. They remind us that even in the face of great uncertainty, hope can be found in solidarity, and greatness can arise from cooperation. Their legacy is more than a collection of feats. It is an eternal reminder of the power of shared dreams and the enduring strength of the human spirit. With the echoes of their adventure still resonating, their story remains a guiding light for those who seek inspiration in the pursuit of their own destinies. Now turning to Jason's later years, we find a man whose once vibrant youth and daring exploits gave way to a life of quiet contemplation. After the cheers of his triumphant return with the Golden Fleece had faded and the dust of his adventures had settled, Jason found himself reflecting on the passage of time and the weight of all that had transpired. His heart carried both the pride of his achievements and the quiet sorrow of the struggles that had marked his journey. In the stillness of his days, he often pondered the choices he had made, the friends he had gained and lost, and the dreams that had once burned so brightly within him. Though no longer surrounded by the mighty crew of the Argo or the fervent cries of those who had celebrated his victories, Jason's legacy remained steadfast. The memories of his voyage stood as a testament to his bravery and determination, their echoes weaving a timeless narrative of courage and perseverance. In his solitude, Jason found solace in the enduring impact of his adventure, knowing that the story of the Argonauts continued to inspire far beyond the shores of Iolcos. His later years were spent in quiet reflection, a time to reconcile the highs and lows of a life lived in pursuit of greatness. The victories, the losses, the sacrifices all became lessons etched into his soul, shaping a man who, though no longer a young adventurer, carried the wisdom of his journey. Jason's story reminds us that the true measure of a hero is not just in the magnitude of their feats, but in how they carry the lessons of their past into the fabric of their being. As the sun sets on Jason's tale, we are left with the image of a man who, though weathered by the trials of life, embodied the enduring spirit of adventure. His journey may have ended, but his legacy lives on as a beacon for all who dare to dream and venture into the unknown. With Jason's reflections drawing to a close, we turn now to the timeless allure of his myth, a story that continues to inspire and enchant across the ages. Now turning to the enduring appeal of Jason and the Argonauts, we step into a realm where legend and life intertwine, forming a story that has echoed through centuries. This tale of courage, resilience, and unity speaks not only of ancient heroes, but of the very essence of the human spirit. Jason's journey, filled with trials that demanded strength and unwavering resolve, mirrors the challenges we all face in our own lives. It is a story that reminds us of the value of perseverance, the importance of working together, and the belief that even the most daunting quests are worth pursuing. At its heart, the myth of Jason and the Argonauts offers a timeless message about the power of teamwork. The Argonauts, each bringing their unique strengths and gifts, teach us that success is seldom achieved alone. Their bond, forged in the face of overwhelming odds, exemplifies the beauty of collective effort and mutual trust. Like the Argonauts, we are reminded that the people who stand beside us, whether in moments of triumph or hardship, shape the course of our journey. Equally compelling is the theme of destiny woven throughout the narrative. Jason's voyage to claim the Golden Fleece was not simply an adventure, it was the fulfillment of a path set before him. This idea of embracing our purpose, of stepping into the unknown to achieve something greater than ourselves, resonates deeply with the human experience. It speaks to the courage required to chase a dream, even when the road is uncertain or fraught with challenges. As we reflect on this ancient myth, we see its lessons extend far beyond the shores of Iolcos. The story of Jason and the Argonauts is more than a tale of heroes. It is a mirror held up to humanity. Their courage is our courage, their struggles are our struggles, and their triumphs remind us of the limitless potential within us all. It is a story that continues to inspire, enchant, and guide us, a reminder that within every individual lies the heart of an adventurer, ready to dream, dare, and discover the unknown. And as the echoes of their journey ripple through time, so too does the enduring light of their story, a beacon for generations to come. Now, turning to the conclusion of this timeless journey, we gently gather the threads of Jason and the Argonauts' tale, weaving them into a fabric of calm wonder and fulfillment. Their adventure, marked by bravery and unity, has taken us across mystical lands, through trials that tested the limits of human spirit, and into the heart of a story that has endured for centuries. As we drift through the echoes of their voyage, we are reminded of the courage it takes to face the unknown, the strength found in companionship, and the beauty of chasing a dream, no matter how distant it may seem. The Golden Fleece, once a symbol of Jason's quest, becomes a metaphor for the treasures we all seek in our lives, be they love, purpose, or the quiet triumph of overcoming our personal challenges. And now, as this story gently fades into the embrace of night, let its serene magic linger. Let the calm waters of the Argo's journey carry you to a place of peace, where dreams unfold like the stars in a quiet sky. Close your eyes and feel the soft rhythm of the oars on the sea, the gentle murmur of the waves whispering tales of far-off lands. May the bravery of Jason and his Argonauts inspire a quiet strength within you, and may their unity remind you of the bonds you cherish most deeply. As you carry this tale into your dreams, let it be a soothing reminder of the power of stories to inspire, to heal, and to guide us. Thank you for joining this voyage into myth and wonder. If you enjoyed this journey, please take a moment to support this channel by liking this video, subscribing, and hitting the notification bell, so you can join us for more stories that enchant the soul and soothe the mind. Rest well, and may your dreams be as golden as the fleece itself.